Traveler, I am grateful you've joined me tonight. This moment is yours to step fully into the story. Find a quiet place. Let your body soften. Allow your mind to drift as the world unfolds around you. And if you subscribe to me, it truly helps me create more journeys for your nights, bringing new worlds to you each week. Breathe slowly now, as the first lights of the tale begin to glow. Let your thoughts loosen as gentle silence settles over you. Your eyes may grow heavy, yet your inner sight will open wider. We begin with a single step into another time, another sky. A soft door waits just ahead, its frame curved like a whisper, its wood cool beneath your hand. Beyond it, the path of tonight's journey begins. In a moment, you will pass through that door into a place few have seen. High above shifting mist, an ancient tower tilts against a pale horizon. Inside, rooms drift like clouds. Stairways lead not just upward, but outward. You may glimpse mirrors that ripple like water, keys that hum when you hold them. A single lantern of silver light will guide your steps, though it flickers when unseen eyes turn toward you. Voices drift through hidden corridors, gentle yet carrying forgotten names. Somewhere within this maze waits an object older than memory, small enough to hold in your palm, yet vast enough to change everything you know. You will not be hurried. Each scene will unfold at its own pace, and with every step you will move deeper into wonder until the edge between waking and dreaming begins to fade. You stand at the threshold of a quiet station between worlds. No signposts, no clocks, only a pale floor stretching outward like still water. You sense that you have traveled far, though you do not remember each mile. A faint hum rises beneath your feet, like a hidden engine turning slowly in sleep. Soft light spills from arches cut into the distance, bending in colors you cannot name. A figure once guided you here, yet their face has already faded from thought. All that remains is the invitation to step forward, to cross into the waiting space. Your hand rests on the cool curve of the door you glimpsed before, its grain smooth like polished stone. When you press it open, the air sighs outward, carrying a scent of old paper and quiet rain that never falls. You step through, and the sound of the station dims until it is only a memory. A spiral walkway rises before you, broad and slow, curling around the inside of a vast tower suspended in mist. Each step you take floats for a heartbeat before settling. As though gravity hesitates, the walls glow faintly with etched lines, moving in gentle patterns like maps of a sky you have yet to see. You trail your fingers along the carvings, the surface cool and smooth, then suddenly warm beneath your skin. Small silver motes drift past you, silent as dust, caught in a beam of sun. Some vanish when you try to focus on them, others linger just beyond reach. A low bell tone echoes from somewhere above, deep and round, yet soft enough to calm rather than startle. Your path continues upward until it opens into a circular landing, without railings, only a wide view of swirling mist below. In the center rests a single lantern of silver light, exactly as the teaser promised. Its glow steady, yet gentle. You reach for it, and it rises into the air of its own accord, floating at your shoulder like a slow comet. A corridor unfurls ahead, lined with tall doorways without doors, each leading to chambers lit by a different hue. You feel drawn to one bathed in deep indigo, the color of twilight just before stars appear. As you step across its threshold, the mist outside grows quiet, like a held breath. You sense that this is the beginning of the true journey. the point where memories and dreams start to weave together. The air within the indigo chamber feels cool yet soft, carrying a faint vibration against your palms. A book lies open on a pedestal of stone, its pages blank yet shimmering, as if waiting for your touch. The lantern's glow reflects across the empty script like moonlight on water. You draw nearer, your footsteps echoing gently, not hurried. The first words of the story you are meant to walk begin to form under your gaze, slowly, quietly, fading into quiet light. The words on the shimmering page begin to rise like mist, curling into shapes that drift toward you. Each shape brushes your hands with a faint spark, vanishing before you can hold it. You feel as if the story is writing you, rather than the other way around. A soft current of air moves through the indigo chamber, carrying a sound like distant chimes. The lantern floats higher, its silver glow bending into a narrow beam that points toward the far wall. There you see a tall mirror set into stone, its surface dark yet faintly rippling. You step closer. Your reflection stretches and folds until it becomes a doorway of liquid glass. When you reach out, the cool surface yields under your palm like deep water. With a steady breath, you push through, crossing into a new space. Light opens around you slowly, as if waking. You find yourself standing on a bridge suspended in endless sky. No ground below, only soft rolling haze. The bridge is woven from strands of pale metal, warm to the touch, singing softly when you step upon it. Each footfall sends a small tone drifting outward like a bell struck far away. Ahead, a series of arches rise from the bridge, each carved with symbols you do not yet know. Between the arches, small globes of blue fire drift like slow stars. They sway when you pass, as if noticing you, yet remain silent. Beyond the last arch stands a low gate without hinges, formed of two tall stones leaning toward each other. You approach, the lantern circling you, like a patient moon. As you pass under the gate, a gentle vibration hums through your chest, a note that lingers even after you walk beyond. On the other side, a platform unfolds, lined with tall shelves made from crystal rather than wood. The shelves hold objects, not books. Spheres of glass containing flickers of moving scenes. You lift one gently. It shows a fragment of a place you have never been. A market under a violet sky. Another sphere holds an image of a stairway spiraling downward into water that glows from within. The spheres pulse faintly as if aware of your gaze, yet they remain still when you set them back. You move deeper among the shelves, the space widening like a hall without end. Somewhere far above, a low tone swells and fades, slow and round like a tide. Your lantern dims a little, as if asking you to pause. At the far edge of the hall, you glimpse a narrow spiral staircase descending into soft green light. You sense that following it will draw you further into the heart of this place. Yet there is no hurry, only the quiet pull of curiosity. You stand at the top of the stair, listening to the faint chime rising from below. You rest one hand on the cool rail of the spiral stair, the surface smooth like flowing water, yet firm beneath your touch. The green light below glows faintly up the stairwell, moving like slow breath. You begin to descend, each step humming softly underfoot, as though echoing your heartbeat. The air changes with every turn, a subtle shift of scent from stone to something like distant rain on glass. The lantern drifts ahead of you now, casting silver and green across the curving walls. Shadows of moving shapes flicker along the spiral, though you are alone on the stair. Sometimes you feel as though you are walking downward through a living coil, a great shell turning slowly around you. After many turns, the stair opens into a chamber round and high. its ceiling lost in dim glows of emerald and silver. The floor is set with circles of black stone, each ring filled with quiet water that does not ripple. In the center rises a column of crystal clear as frozen air. Through it faint beams of light drift upward like slow smoke. You approach the column, your reflection stretching along its facets into countless selves. A soft vibration thrums beneath your palms when you touch it, low and steady like a giant heart asleep. Across the chamber, 3 archways open, each leading to a different hue of light. Amber to the left, violet to the right, soft gold ahead. You pause at the edge of decision, listening to the faraway tones hidden in each arch. The amber arch carries a low sound, like rolling thunder softened by distance. The violet arch whispers with a high shimmering note, like wind over glass. The gold arch pulses with a slow heartbeat of warmth, like sun through eyelids. Your lantern circles you once, then glides toward the gold arch as if gently suggesting. You follow, stepping across the threshold into a passage of smooth white stone, glowing from within. The walls curve inward slightly, making the corridor feel like the inside of a great instrument. When you run your fingers along the surface, a soft tone rises, then fades, each touch a note in a silent song. After a time, the passage widens into a hall lined with tall windows, without glass, opening directly into sky, the color of pale honey. Far below you glimpse shifting shapes of cities on floating islands, towers like spindles turning slowly in bright mist. Air moves through the open windows carrying scents you cannot name, a blend of distant spice and cool stone. The hall leads to a platform of carved steps that end in open air. There a vessel waits, shaped like a crescent moon of dark wood, inlaid with silver symbols. No sails, no ropes, yet a soft field of shimmering light gathers under it like invisible water. The vessel rocks once as if greeting you. You step aboard, the surface warm beneath your feet. The lantern settles at the prow, brightening. Without sound, the vessel lifts from the platform, rising into the open sky. Wind slides around you like silk, cool but gentle. Below the hull and the stair and the crystal chamber shrink into mist. The vessel glides forward between drifting fragments of cloud shaped like cities. Sometimes you pass close enough to see narrow bridges of light, linking one fragment to another. Figures move there slowly, like shadows inside colored glass. The vessel turns of its own accord, following a path of invisible currents. You sit near the edge, feeling the quiet pull of the vastness. Your thoughts drift like the clouds, slow and weightless. In the distance, a single spire rises higher than the rest, dark against the honey sky, its tips ringed with faint arcs of lightning that never strike. The vessel heads toward it, steady but unhurried. As you draw nearer, you see it is not one spire but many columns, intertwined like strands of music frozen mid-note. Gaps between them glow with soft azure fire that flows upward then fades. A circular landing of black stone waits at the base, etched with runes that shine pale blue when the vessel approaches. The vessel settles soundlessly onto the land, a shimmer beneath it dimming to nothing. The lantern drifts upward a little as if to light your way once more. You step down onto the stone, its surface warm with stored light. Beyond the landing, a set of doors stands half open, each carved from a single slab of obsidian streaked with faint gold veins. From within comes a slow rhythm of echoing drops, as though water falls somewhere deep inside. You move toward the doors, feeling a gentle vibration through your soul. As you pass between them, the world behind you blurs into soft haze. Inside is a hall dim and vast, its floor covered with a mosaic of night sky scattered with tiny glowing stones. Each step you take lights the stars beneath your feet for a moment, then lets them fade. Above, strands of silver thread stretch from wall to wall like a web of slow lightning, carrying faint glows that travel along them like fireflies. In the center of the hall stands a single pedestal of pale stone. Upon it rests a small object wrapped in thin, translucent fabric. The lantern hovers near it, casting a steady light. You approach slowly, the sound of the unseen water echoing softly around you. As you reach out, the fabric stirs on its own as though sensing you're near. The object beneath feels small yet dense, like a seed holding a forest of memories. You lift the edge of the cloth, revealing a sphere of smooth black crystal shot through with moving pinpoints of light. They drift like constellations inside a night of glass. When you cradle it in your palms, a faint warmth flows into you, not sharp but steady, like the first glow of dawn against skin. For a moment you see shapes flicker at the edges of your vision, towers dissolving into rivers of light, doors opening into endless corridors. Then the vision softens, leaving only the hall, the pedestal, the lantern, and the sphere in your hands. A soft note hums through the threads above your head, descending like a silver mist. It is not a command, but an invitation to continue. Deep ahead of you at the far end of the hall, a narrow arch waits, half hidden behind curtains of faintly glowing strands. You can step through whenever you choose. No rush, only the quiet unfolding of the path. You hold the sphere gently, feeling its slow pulse like a second heart. The lantern flickers once as though in agreement. Together you move toward the arch, the glow around you softening with every step. The strands at the arch sway as you near, each filament cool and weightless. When you brush it aside, the glow dims just enough to let you see the shape of the passage beyond, narrow at first, then widening into a long gallery. You step through slowly, carrying the black crystal sphere close to your chest, its pulse steady against your palms. The lantern floats at your shoulder, its silver light stretching ahead like a soft path. The gallery walls are not stone, but a weave of translucent panels that shift colors as you pass, rose to blue to pale gold. Through each panel you glimpse scenes like moving paintings, a garden of glass trees, a stair spiraling into a sea of stars, a clock made of sand that runs upward. The images vanish when you stop to look directly, yet you feel them imprint gently on the back of your mind. At intervals, the floor rises into low platforms, set with small altars holding objects from other places. A mask shaped from moonlight, a feather of living fire, a vial of scent with no color. You do not touch them, but their presence fills the air like distant bells. Halfway down the gallery, the ceiling opens to a high dome lined with mirrors hung at odd angles, each reflecting not your face, but glimpses of paths you have yet to walk. You catch the flicker of your own silhouette stepping into a city of floating bridges, then another of you kneeling beside a sleeping beast of light. The visions fade when you blink, leaving only the hush of the dome. Beyond the dome, a stair of black glass descends into a chamber that glows faint green like the underside of deep water. You descend slowly, feeling the cool breath of air rise toward you. At the bottom, the chamber opens into a circular hall whose floor is a map of shifting constellations, the stars moving underfoot like sand stirred by tide. In the center stands a low basin filled with liquid silver, calm and perfectly still. The lantern drifts above it, casting ripples of light across the curved walls. A narrow bridge of dark wood leads from the basin to another door shaped like a pointed arch. You pause at the edge of the basin, looking down into the liquid silver. Within it you see not your reflection, but an endless sky, where faint shapes drift slowly, like forgotten islands. A soft sound rises from the basin, like a sigh through hollow metal. Without thinking, you lower the black crystal sphere toward the surface. The liquid bends upward like a slow wave, meeting your hands, touching the sphere with a faint glow. A whisper of warmth flows through your arms, and the sphere's inner lights rearrange into a new pattern, like a compass of stars. The basin grows still again, leaving the map under your feet brighter for a moment, then fading. You step onto the narrow bridge crossing above the silver surface. Its boards creak softly like distant music. The pointed arch at the far end opens without sound as you near, revealing a stair curling upward, this time into soft violet light. You climb steadily, the sphere's pulse matching your steps, the lantern circling ahead like a slow star. At the top you emerge into an open terrace high above everything you have seen, windless yet filled with drifting motes of pale fire. The terrace is ringed by low walls carved with sigils that glow faintly when you pass your hand over them. Beyond the walls stretches a horizon of shifting towers suspended in mist, their tops bending like reeds under an invisible tide. In the center of the terrace stands a table of black stone covered in etched lines that resemble the star pattern inside your sphere. You place the sphere in the hollow at the center of the table. It's as though made for it. The lines flare with soft light flowing outward to the terrace walls, then up into the open air, forming a slow spiral above you. The spiral expands until it becomes a door of light hanging in the sky without frame or hinge. You feel its pull not as force but as invitation, a slow drawing forward of curiosity. The lantern brightens, waiting at the edge of the spiral. You take a step nearer, feeling the warmth of light on your skin like dawn through mist. The terrace fades behind you until only the spiral remains, turning gently. You cross its threshold and the world becomes weightless, soundless yet not empty. Soft colors drift past like fragments of memories untied from time. You are moving, but there is no sense of direction, only unfolding. At last the light settles and you find yourself standing on a narrow path of stone. You step beneath the low archway, golden light settling over your shoulders like a warm veil. The air inside the tower feels deeper than air should, cool but soft with a faint hum, as if the walls themselves are singing far below, hearing. The passage opens into a hall of tall columns carved from a stone that shifts color as you move. Pale rose, soft blue, muted green. Between the columns hang veils of thin light like curtains of spun crystal, each shimmering with a slow rhythm that matches your breathing. When you brush one lightly with your fingertips, it parts like water and leaves a glow on your skin for a heartbeat before fading. The floor beneath you is smooth black glass, scattered with faint points of white that flare underfoot like stepping on hidden stars. Your lantern floats ahead, casting gentle rings across the veils and columns. At the far end of the hall, a stair spirals upward, hugging the inner wall, broad, shallow steps rising toward a glow you cannot yet see. You begin to climb slowly, feeling the black crystal sphere pulse faintly in the bag at your side, a steady warmth that anchors you. The stair curves into a gallery lined with small alcoves, each alcove holding an object bathed in a single color of light: a bell without clapper, a glowing deep amber, a crown of woven reeds shining silver, a small boat carved from a single piece of translucent stone floating an inch above its stand. You walk past them quietly, feeling their presence like gentle eyes turned away. The gallery narrows into a long bridge of pale wood suspended within the tower's hollow core, open on either side to a drop of soft misty glow. Threads of light stretch across the open space like slow-moving comets connecting one side to the other. You follow the bridge to a round platform hanging at the center of the tower like a bead on a string. Here the lantern pauses, circling once before drifting upward through an opening in the ceiling. A column of rising air moves past you, cool and steady like a silent elevator. You feel it lift your hair and stir the edges of your clothing, yet your feet remain firm on the platform. From above, a faint sound begins to reach you, a pattern of low tones rising one by one like steps in a melody. You glance up and see the opening widen into a chamber bright with pale gold, the lantern already there waiting like a patient star. You ascend the last few steps and emerge into the upper chamber. It is circular and open to the sky through a great windowless ring, beyond which you see clouds drifting far below and a band of stars circling just above the horizon. The floor is inlaid with concentric circles of stone, alternating black and white, each etched with runes that glow faintly when you approach. In the center stands a pedestal of clear crystal shaped like a shallow bowl, filled with a liquid that mirrors the sky, yet ripples even without wind. You approach and place your hands lightly on its rim, feeling a low vibration pass through you, like distant thunder softened to a The black crystal sphere at your side grows warm, slipping from your grasp to hover over the liquid. Lights flicker within it, aligning into a new pattern, then sink slowly downward until they dissolve into the liquid below. The ripples spread outward across the bowl, then across the circles of stone underfoot, until the entire chamber hums softly. A new doorway begins to form in the air opposite you, not of wood or stone, but of shifting stars and thin lines of silver fire. You step toward it without hurry, feeling each breath deepen, as if the air itself is teaching you to slow. The doorway opens wider, revealing a stair descending not into darkness, but into a gentle glow like dawn under the sea. The lantern returns to your side, floating a little closer than before, as if aware of the change. Together you begin to descend through the star doorway into a passage lined with glass walls, behind which colors drift like clouds in slow motion. Every few steps you see shapes move behind the colors, silhouettes of creatures gliding just out of sight, large, gentle, slow like whales in deep water. The passage curves until it ends at a circular door with no handle, only a single symbol etched into its center glowing faint blue. You touch the symbol and the door melts outward like mist, revealing a hidden hall of smooth stone, lit from below by bands of soft light. Along its walls stand tall, narrow cabinets with fronts of opaque crystal, each pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. When you draw near one, you hear whispers too soft to catch, like memories calling from a distance. At the end of the hall, a lift of woven light waits, humming gently like a string plucked far away. You step onto it, feeling it rise not up nor down, but sideways through unseen space. Colors drift past like slow flames, and then part, revealing a new scene opening before you. A vast chamber carved into the inside of a floating rock, suspended over an endless void. Bridges of dark wood link its platforms, and small lights drift between them like patient fireflies. On the nearest platform stands a tall frame shaped like a door, but filled with flowing water glowing soft green. Your lantern hovers near its edge, casting silver across the surface. The water bends toward you as though breathing. Somewhere beyond you sense a new space waiting, gentle and unhurried. You step closer to the water door, its surface smooth like glass, yet moving with a soft current. The green glow ripples faintly beneath your hand, as if noticing your presence. You feel a pull, not strong but insistent, an invitation to pass through slowly. With a steady breath, you reach forward and step into the surface. It flows around you like silk, cool against your skin but comforting. Each movement is lightened, as if the water lifts you rather than resists. When you emerge, the world shifts gently, revealing a corridor formed entirely from flowing liquid. Walls ripple with emerald and gold, Floor glimmers with soft luminescence like submerged stars. Air moves differently here, thick yet weightless, carrying faint scents of unknown blossoms and distant rain. The black crystal sphere hums faintly in your hands, its light steady yet curious. Along the corridor, shapes drift slowly, faint silhouettes of creatures too far to name, some gliding like fish through air, others twisting like ribbons of smoke. None approach you directly. All move as though aware yet respectful of your path. After a time, the corridor curves sharply into a chamber round and high, ceiling lost in shifting mist. In its center rests a large pool of deeper water than before, smooth and still like black obsidian reflecting faint green light from the walls. A single archway opens opposite you, carved from translucent stone that bends light into thin spectral rays. You sense that passing through will bring you closer to the heart of the place, yet there is no hurry, only the gentle pull of discovery. The lantern floats just above the pool, casting soft reflections across the archway. You step carefully onto the polished stones lining the edge, each one warming gently beneath your feet. A faint hum rises from the pool, low and round like a breathing being. The sphere vibrates softly in your grasp, lights inside shifting with each subtle tone. From the archway, a narrow stair spirals upward through thin light like threads of silver. You follow it slowly, your feet moving without sound on the smooth surface. The stair ends on a terrace open to an endless sky washed with soft violet. Floating platforms drift around it, connected by narrow bridges of woven light. Figures appear there at intervals, moving with calm precision. Some walking alone, others in pairs. You observe quietly, feeling no threat but gentle curiosity in the way they pass. Above, a ring of pale fire rotates slowly around a distant tower rising from mist. You sense a pathway leading there, though it winds through floating platforms and shifting bridges. The lantern hovers at your shoulder, casting a soft glow across the path ahead. You step forward onto the first bridge. It sways slightly beneath your weight, but remains steady. Colors drift beneath you in slow waves, lights reflecting from unseen sources. Another bridge leads to a platform filled with glass orbs floating in midair. Each orb contains a miniature scene, a forest of crystal trees, a city of gold light suspended over water, a stairway twisting into an endless night. The spheres shift slightly as you pass. None collide, all maintaining delicate balance. You reach out and a small ripple passes across them, yet no harm. The far edge of the platform opens onto another bridge that arches into pale amber light. You cross it slowly, noticing that each step seems to synchronize with a faint pulse in the air. A gentle vibration flows through your chest, not alarming, merely present. At the end of the bridge, a circular platform rises before a tall frame of silver light. The frame shimmers with pale patterns that shift like slow waves. The black crystal sphere in your hands vibrates with a slightly stronger pulse. You sense the frame is more than a doorway, more than a portal. It feels like a threshold between one part of this world and the next. You step closer, letting your eyes adjust to the soft wove. From within the frame you glimpse shapes moving slowly, faint silhouettes of towers, bridges, corridors that stretch beyond the eye. The lantern floats beside you, steadying your path. You feel your pulse slow as the soft currents of energy pass through you. Taking a steady breath, you step through the frame. The light flows around you like a gentle tide, carrying you into a new space. Soft tones rise in the air, like chimes far away, layering over a subtle hum beneath your feet. When the light settles, you find yourself standing in a high chamber with walls of deep violet crystal. The floor is polished to mirror the ceiling above, filled with drifting motes of silver and gold. A single pedestal of pale stone rests in the center with a shallow basin carved into it. The black crystal sphere hovers above the base, lights within slowly arranging into constellations you recognize, yet cannot name. You step toward it quietly, feeling a soft thrum like a heartbeat from the floor beneath. Somewhere far off, you hear a sound like water falling softly in echo. It is not urgent, only part of the quiet breathing of the place. A low silver tone resonates through the walls, settling into your chest and hands. You stand there for a moment, simply breathing with the sphere and lantern, drifting without rush. Ahead, a narrow stair spirals upward toward a faint light, promising new chambers beyond. You sense the journey is not over, yet all around you is calm and safe. You step carefully onto the spiral stair leading upward, each step smooth and slightly warm beneath your feet. The black crystal sphere hovers just ahead of you now, its lights pulsing gently like a slow heartbeat. The violet walls shift as you ascend, facets bending light into streams of soft green and gold. A quiet hum rises around you, low and steady, echoing in places you cannot see. Along the stair, small alcoves appear at intervals, each holding objects that seem to breathe. A small bowl of silver sand slowly flowing upward rather than down. A delicate feather glowing faint pink as it floats in midair. A tiny lantern swinging though no air moves. You notice that touching any of them leaves a brief warmth on your skin, yet they remain untouched themselves. After a time, the stair curves into a platform open to a wide sky of soft amber and drifting lights. Floating islands hover around it, some shaped like jagged shards of crystal, others smooth and round like giant stones polished by unknown tides. On the nearest island, small figures move slowly, some bending over gardens of strange glowing flora, others carrying objects that shimmer and twist like living light. They do not look at you, yet you feel their presence, gentle and aware. The lantern drifts higher to cast light across the bridges connecting the floating islands. You step onto the first bridge, woven from strands of silver light that pulse faintly underfoot. It bends slightly with each step, yet feels sturdy, like walking on slow liquid. Below you stretches a sea of mist, tinted faint blue, waves moving softly, though no wind blows. As you continue, the bridge narrows at intervals and opens onto small platforms floating freely in the void. Each platform holds an object or figure paused in motion. A figure playing the harp of shifting glass strings, a cup of liquid fire that does not burn, a small mechanical bird with wings that beat without sound. You pass among them quietly, feeling their presence like gentle shadows brushing against memory. Ahead, another bridge arcs into soft lavender light, pulsing faintly with a rhythm that matches your own heartbeat. You cross it slowly, noticing a new sensation, a subtle vibration through the soles of your feet and up your spine. It is not alarming, only a gentle awareness of the energy flowing through this place. At the far side of the bridge, a tall doorway appears without frame or hinge, made entirely of shifting silver strands of light woven in patterns that are unfamiliar yet familiar. You step closer, letting your hand hover near the strand. They part slightly, as if recognizing your touch. A soft tone rises from them, clear and round, echoing faintly through the floating islands around you. You step through carefully and find yourself in a long corridor lined with archways carved from dark crystal. Each archway glows faintly with a different color of light: red, amber, deep blue, green. Within each archway you glimpse a different scene: a hall filled with books floating in air, a forest of glass trees beneath a violet sky, a stairway twisting endlessly into a pool of silver light. You walk slowly past them, not needing to touch, only observing with quiet curiosity. At the far end of the corridor, the walls widen into a circular chamber that glows with soft gold. The floor is patterned like a vast mosaic of stars, shifting slowly as if breathing. In the center, a pedestal rises, holding a shallow bowl filled with liquid like molten glass, yet cool to the touch. The black crystal sphere rises to hover above it. Lights inside, forming patterns that seem to stretch beyond your understanding. You step closer and feel the warmth of the sphere pulse through your hands. A soft hum rises from the floor, echoing through the chamber and up the wall. Your lantern floats at your side, casting gentle silver rings across the golden space. From somewhere above, a low bell tone rings, slow and round, settling into the hum of the chamber. A narrow stair spirals upward beside the pedestal, carved from pale stone, that seems to glow softly from within. You climb slowly, each step echoing faintly against the golden walls. At the top, the stair opens into a terrace of floating crystal platforms, connected by narrow bridges of light. Each platform holds figures moving with calm purpose, some tending gardens of tiny luminous plants, others arranging small orbs that float and spin. They do not notice you, yet you feel a gentle acknowledgement in the air around them. The path winds among the platforms toward a distant tower glowing pale silver. The lantern hovers near your shoulder, a steady companion casting light on each step. You cross the bridges carefully, feeling the sea pull of the place, drawing you toward the tower. Along the way, the floating lights drift closer, small motes circling your head like fireflies in a dream. You reach the base of the tower, where a wide stair spirals upward into soft mist and gentle pale fire. The stair curves into a circular hall lined with tall pillars, carved from crystal. Between them floats translucent cubes, filled with drifting shapes, some like miniature cities, others like moving ribbons of light. The black crystal sphere vibrates gently, its pulse now slightly faster, a rhythm that feels like a guide rather than command. You approach the center of the hall, the lantern circling above, casting gentle reflections across the cubes. The far wall opens into a stair of silver light, each step rising into soft violet, beyond which you glimpse other chambers waiting. You begin to climb the stairs slowly, feeling the quiet energy of the tower flow through your body. At each step, the light bends softly around you, not overwhelming but steady. A faint tone drifts down from above like water in slow motion, echoing with the pulse of the sphere. When you reach the top, the stair opens into a platform hovering in endless sky. Below stretches a sea of shifting mist, with islands drifting slowly, each crowned with towers of light and shadow. The black crystal sphere rises ahead of you, hovering in alignment with the air and lantern. You step carefully onto the platform. It hums faintly under your feet, like a slow heartbeat. The black crystal sphere hovers a little ahead of you, lights pulsing gently like a second heartbeat. Floating motes of pale fire drift around you, circling softly in patterns you do not follow, but somehow understand. Ahead, a bridge of woven light arcs toward a cluster of platforms, floating just beyond the mist. Each platform holds objects and figures frozen in motion, some bending over gardens of glowing plants, others arranging spheres that spin slowly in mid-air. The figures are silent, yet you feel their awareness, watching without intrusion. The lantern floats beside you, a quiet companion casting silver light across the path. You cross the bridge slowly, feeling the pulse of energy in the platforms and the air beneath your feet. On the far side, a narrow stair spirals upward toward a tower glowing with soft lavender light. The stair is wide at first, then narrows as it curves around a central column of crystal. Along the spiral, small alcoves appear at intervals, each holding objects that seem alive. A bowl of silver sand flowing upward endlessly, a lantern swinging though no air stirs. A tiny bird with wings of light, beating silently. You pass them quietly, feeling warmth from each but leaving them untouched. At the top, the stair opens into a circular terrace, suspended over endless mist. Bridges of silver light connect to nearby floating islands, each island crowned with towers or spires, glowing faintly. Figures move across the islands slowly, some tending gardens, others carrying objects glowing like captured stars. They do not acknowledge you, yet their presence is gentle and comforting. The lantern floats ahead, guiding you toward the largest island crowned with a silver tower. You step onto the first bridge of light. It bends slightly underfoot but remains steady. Colors drift below like slow currents of water, reflections of islands and lights shifting softly. At the far side, the bridge widens into a platform where orbs of glass float in midair. Each orb contains a scene, a city suspended over a violet sea, a forest of crystalline trees, a stairway twisting endlessly into the stars. They shift slightly as you pass, yet none collide or fall. At the edge of the platform, a bridge of pale gold light arcs upward toward the tower. You follow it slowly, feeling the subtle vibration of energy beneath your feet. The tower base opens into a high hall carved from violet crystal. The walls ripple with faint color as if breathing softly. Along the walls float transparent cubes filled with moving shapes, miniature cities, ribbons of light, gentle abstract forms you cannot name. The sphere vibrates softly in your hands, its pulse matching the subtle hum of the hall. In the center, a pedestal rises, holding a shallow bowl filled with liquid glass, reflecting the glowing shapes. You place the sphere above the bowl lights, within aligning into constellations, unrecognizable, yet familiar. A soft hum rises through the floor, echoing gently across the hall. The lantern floats above, casting gentle reflections across the moving cube. A stair of silver light spirals upward from the far side of the hall. You begin to climb, each step echoing faintly against the violet crystal walls. At the top, the stair opens onto a terrace floating high among drifting islands. The islands around hold gardens of glowing flora and small figures moving with calm precision. Some tend plants of shifting colors, others arrange tiny orbs of light that float and spin without touching. You observe quietly, feeling their presence gentle and aware. The path winds among the islands, toward a distant tower crowned with a circle of pale fire. The lantern floats past you, casting a soft glow across each step. You cross bridges and platforms carefully, the energy of the place flowing around you like a soft current. Along the way, floating lights circle your head, motes of pale fire drifting like fireflies in a dream. You reach the base of the distant tower, a stair spiraling upward into pale violet mist. The stair curves into a circular hall, lined with tall crystal pillars. Between the pillars float translucent cubes, containing drifting shapes, miniature cities, ribbons of light, patterns that seem alive. The sphere pulses gently in your grasp, guiding your steps toward the center of the hall. Ahead, a stair of silver light rises, its soft violet beyond which new chambers await. You climb slowly, feeling the tower's gentle energy flow through your body. At each step, the light bends softly around you, calm and steady. A faint bell tone drifts down from above, echoing in the hall, and synchronizing with the pulse of the sphere. When you reach the top, the stair opens onto a platform suspended in endless sky. Below stretches a sea of mist with islands drifting slowly, each crowned with towers of light and shadow. The black crystal sphere rises ahead, hovering in alignment with the stair and lantern. You step forward onto the platform, feeling the hum of energy beneath your feet like a pulse from the world itself. The black crystal sphere hovers just ahead, lights inside shifting slowly as if guiding you. Floating motes of pale fire circle your head, their movement gentle and unpredictable. Ahead, a bridge of woven silver light arcs toward a cluster of floating platforms, shimmering in soft mist. Each platform holds objects and figures paused in quiet motion, some tending gardens of glowing plants, others arranging spheres spinning silently in mid-air. The figures do not notice you, yet their presence is gentle, observing without intrusion. The lantern floats beside you, casting silver light across the bridge. You step onto it carefully, each footfall sending sainting ripples through the woven strands. Below stretches a sea of pale mist, shimmering with faint colors, reflections of distant floating islands, shifting softly. At the far side, a wide platform opens, where dozens of translucent figures gather, moving in patterns, slow and deliberate. Some play instruments of strange design, strings of light vibrating with no hands, bells that ring silently, drums echoing with hollow resonance. Others hover over glowing objects, small orbs of color that drift and pulse as if alive. You feel their awareness like a gentle wind brushing past. The sphere hums faintly in your hands, lights inside aligning and shifting. A figure moves toward you, tall and wrapped in flowing robes of silver and pale blue. No face visible, yet radiating calm presence. You stop and bow slightly. The figure inclines in return. A second figure appears from behind, shorter, with wings of faint light extending softly from shoulders. They gesture toward a path of light leading upward through a floating archway. You follow, stepping onto the path and feeling it support your weight effortlessly. Beneath the path, islands drift slowly, with towers and spires glowing faintly through mist. Figures move across these islands, tending gardens, carrying objects that pulse like captured stars. The path narrows as it rises into a hall of violet crystal, walls rippling with faint colors that shift with your movement. Along the walls float cubes of glass containing shapes that move slowly, miniature cities, twisting ribbons of light, abstract forms alive with quiet energy. The black crystal sphere vibrates softly, guiding your steps toward the center of the hall. At the far end, a stair spirals upward, carved from pale stone that glows faintly from within. You ascend slowly, each step echoing faintly against the violet crystal walls. Above you, soft tones rise like water moving through hollow metal. At the top, the stair opens onto a platform suspended among drifting islands of pale light. Floating figures move calmly across them, some tending luminous plants, others arranging spheres of light in intricate patterns. They do not speak, yet you sense quiet acknowledgement, gentle awareness of your presence. A bridge of silver light arcs toward a distant tower crowned with a ring of pale fire. You cross it slowly, feeling subtle vibrations beneath your feet. At the tower base, a stair spirals upward into soft violet mist. The stair curves into a circular hall, lined with crystal pillars. Between the pillars float translucent cubes, filled with drifting shapes, some like miniature cities, others ribbons of moving light. The sphere pulses gently in your grasp, guiding your steps to the center of the hall. A stair of silver light rises from the far side, soft violet light beyond revealing new chambers. You climb slowly, each step surrounded by calm energy flowing gently through your body. At each step the light bends softly around you, not overwhelming, only steady and comforting. A faint chime drifts down from above, echoing softly and matching the pulse of the sphere. At the top, the stair opens onto a wide terrace floating in endless sky. Below stretches a sea of mist with drifting islands, crowned by towers of light and shadow. The black crystal sphere rises ahead of you, hovering in alignment with the stair and lantern. You step forward onto the platform, feeling the quiet calm of this moment enveloping you. Beyond the terrace, a new path awaits, bridges, platforms, and islands, yet unseen, drifting quietly in mist and light. You pause, listening to the subtle hum of this place, waiting without hurry. You step forward onto the terrace, feeling the soft hum of energy beneath your feet like a slow heartbeat. The black crystal sphere hovers a few steps ahead, lights pulsing gently like a guiding star. Motes of pale fire drift lazily around your head, weaving in patterns that feel familiar yet unknown. A narrow bridge of woven light arcs toward a cluster of floating platforms, each crowned with towers, gardens, or glowing orbs. Figures move on the platforms, some bending over gardens of luminous plants, others arranging spheres of spinning light. They do not notice you, yet you sense a quiet awareness in their motions. The lantern hovers at your side, casting silver light over the bridge. You step carefully onto it, feeling a gentle sway beneath your feet. Beneath stretches a sea of mist, tinted soft blue and violet, reflections of floating islands, shifting like waves in slow motion. At the far side, a wide platform rises. Dozens of translucent figures move calmly across it. Some play instruments of unusual design, strings of light vibrating without hands, bells ringing silently, drums echoing with hollow resonance. Others float above glowing objects, small orbs drifting and pulsing with life. You feel their presence like a soft wind brushing past. The black crystal sphere vibrates gently in your hands, lights inside shifting slowly as if responding to the air itself. A tall figure steps toward you, draped in robes of silver and pale blue, face hidden yet radiating calm presence. Another figure appears beside them, smaller, with wings of faint gold light extending softly from shoulders. They gesture toward a path of shimmering light, leading upward through an archway of flowing silver strands. You follow, stepping onto the path and feeling it support your weight effortlessly. The lantern floats ahead, casting gentle rings of light across the way. Below drift islands, crowned with spires, glowing faintly through drifting mist. Figures move among them, tending gardens, carrying objects that pulse like captured stars. The path curves into a hall of violet crystal, walls rippling softly, with color and rhythm with your movements. Transparent cubes float along the walls. Inside move miniature cities, twisting ribbons of light and abstract forms alive with quiet energy. The black crystal sphere pulses softly, guiding your steps toward the center of the hall. At the far end, a stair of pale stone spirals upward, glowing faintly from within like captured moonlight. You ascend slowly, each step echoing faintly against the violet crystal walls. Soft tones rise around you like water moving through hollow metal. At the top, the stair opens onto a platform, suspended among drifting islands of pale light. Figures move calmly across them, some tending gardens of luminous plants, others arranging floating spheres of light in intricate patterns. They do not speak yet. Their awareness feels gentle, acknowledging you without interruption. A bridge of silver light arcs toward a distant tower crowned with a ring of pale fire. You cross slowly, subtle vibrations beneath your feet, like a low pulse of energy. At the tower base, a stair spirals upward into soft violet mist. The stair curves into a circular hall lined with crystal pillars. Between the pillars float translucent cubes, filled with drifting shapes, miniature cities, ribbons, moving light, and abstract forms that seem alive. The sphere vibrates gently, guiding your steps toward the center of the hall. A stair of silver light rises from the far side, soft violet beyond, revealing new chambers, yet unseen. You climb slowly, feeling calm energy flowing through your body with each step. Light bends softly around you, gentle and steady. A faint bell chime drifts down from above, echoing softly. You step forward toward the distant tower of shifting crystal, feeling the soft pulse of energy beneath your feet like a steady heartbeat. The black crystal sphere hovers ahead, lights within aligning gently like constellations only you can see. Floating motes of pale fire drift lazily around your head, weaving soft patterns in the air. A narrow bridge arcs toward the base of the tower, strands of silver light supporting your weight effortlessly. You step onto it slowly, feeling it sway gently beneath you. Below stretches a sea of violet mist, islands drifting silently with towers and glowing structures rising above them. Figures move across the islands, some tending gardens of luminous flora, others arranging spheres of light spinning silently in midair. They do not notice you, yet you feel the quiet awareness of their presence. The lantern floats beside you, casting silver light across the bridge and islands. At the far side, the bridge opens onto a platform carved from pale crystal. Along the edge float orbs of soft light, each containing a miniature scene. A city suspended over violet waters, a forest of glass trees, a stairway twisting endlessly into soft gold light. You pause and watch, each scene moving slowly as if breathing. A figure steps from one of the orbs, tall and cloaked in flowing silver and lavender robes, face hidden, but aura calm and welcoming. Another figure emerges beside them, smaller, with wings of faint light extending gently from shoulders. They gesture toward a narrow stair spiraling upward into the tower. You follow, feeling each step supported by gentle currents of energy flowing around the stair. Along the walls, small alcoves appear, each holding objects that seem alive. A bowl of silver sand flows upward endlessly. A lantern swings though no air moves. A small bird with wings of light beats silently. You pass them quietly, feeling warmth from each but leaving them undisturbed. The stair curves into a high hall lined with violet crystal pillars. Transparent cubes float along the walls. Inside move miniature cities, twisting ribbons of light, and abstract forms alive with quiet energy. The black crystal sphere pulses softly in your hands, guiding your steps toward the center of the hall. At the far end, a stair of pale stone spirals upward, glowing faintly, as if from captured moonlight. You ascend slowly, each step echoing softly against the crystal walls. Soft tones rise around you like water moving through hollow metal. At the top, the stair opens onto a terrace, suspended among drifting islands of pale light. Figures move calmly across them, some tending gardens of luminous plants, others arranging floating spheres of light in intricate pattern. They do not speak, yet their awareness feels gentle, acknowledging their presence without interruption. A bridge of silver light arcs toward a distant platform, crowned with a ring of pale fire. You cross slowly, subtle vibrations beneath your feet like a low, steady pulse. At the platform, a doorway forms of shifting silver strands, flowing yet solid enough to walk through. You step into it and emerge into a hidden corridor lined with softly glowing sigils. The air carries a gentle hum, deeper than before, vibrating faintly against your chest. Along the corridor, doors appear at intervals, carved from crystal, wood, and light, each emitting a faint pull toward unknown spaces. You pass one door and catch a glimpse of a library suspended in air, books floating freely, pages turning on their own, a figure moving between them invisible, yet present. Another door shows a hall of mirrors, reflections shifting slowly, some showing places you have never been, others showing shapes that move independently of their reflection. You continue along the corridor feeling no rush, only curiosity and calm. At the far end, the hallway opens into a vast chamber, the ceiling lost in soft mist, the floor patterned with shifting light. In the center floats a pedestal holding a shallow basin of liquid silver. The black crystal sphere hovers above it, lights inside aligning into new constellations. Figures emerge from the edges of the chamber, some tall and cloaked, others small with wings of gentle light. They move without speaking, circling the basin in slow, deliberate patterns. The sphere hums softly in response, guiding your steps to the pedestal. You approach and feel a gentle vibration pass through your hands as the sphere aligns with the liquid silver. Soft tones fill the chamber, rising and falling like waves, echoing through the crystal walls. The lantern floats nearby, casting silver light across the figures and the shimmering liquid. A narrow stair of pale light spirals upward from the pedestal, disappearing into mist above. You begin to climb slowly, feeling the energy of the chamber flow through your body. Each step carries you higher into soft light, the figures below continuing their silent dance. Above, a faint glow promises new chambers and platforms. Yet unseen, you step forward onto the top terrace of the stair, looking across a world of floating islands, bridges of light, and towers that seem to shift with every glance. The black crystal sphere rises ahead, guiding your path with gentle pulses. You pause for a breath, feeling calm and safety surround you. Beyond the terrace, new paths await, bridges, platforms, and hidden halls drifting silently in mist and light. You step forward onto the terrace, soft mist curling around your feet like gentle waves. The black crystal sphere hovers ahead, its lights pulsing slowly as if breathing in time with you. Floating motes of pale fire drift around your head, circling lazily in quiet, unpredictable patterns. A bridge of woven silver light arcs toward a cluster of floating platforms, shimmering in soft violet haze. Each platform holds objects and figures moving slowly, some tending gardens of luminous flora, others arranging spheres of softly spinning light. They do not look at you, yet you feel their gentle awareness. The lantern floats beside you, casting silver light across the path. You step onto the bridge carefully, feeling subtle vibrations beneath your feet like a quiet heartbeat of the world. Below stretches a sea of mist-tinted pale blue and lavender. Islands drift silently, towers and spires glowing faintly above the haze. At the far side, a platform rises. Dozens of translucent figures move calmly across it. Some play instruments of strange design, strings of light vibrating without hands, bells ringing in silence, drums echoing hollow tones. Others hover above glowing objects, small orbs of color drifting and pulsing as if alive. You feel their presence like a gentle wind brushing past. The black crystal sphere vibrates softly in your hands, lights inside shifting slowly as if responding to the air itself. A tall figure steps toward you, draped in flowing robes of silver and pale gold, face hidden yet radiating calm energy. Another figure emerges beside them, smaller with wings of faint light stretching softly from shoulders. They gesture toward a narrow stair of silver light spiraling upward into the tower ahead. You follow each step, guided by the gentle pulse of energy flowing around the stair. Along the walls, small alcoves appear, each holding objects that seem alive. A bowl of silver sand flows upward endlessly. A lantern swings though no wind moves. A tiny bird with wings of light beats silently. You pass them quietly, feeling warmth from each without touching. The stair curves into a high hall lined with violet crystal pillars. Transparent cubes float along the walls. Inside drift miniature cities, twisting ribbons of light, abstract forms alive with quiet energy. The black crystal sphere pulses softly in your hands, guiding you toward the center of the hall. At the far end, a stair of pale stone spirals upward, glowing faintly, as if holding captured moonlight. You ascend slowly, each step echoing softly against the crystal walls. Soft tones rise around you, like water flowing through hollow metal. At the top, the stair opens onto a terrace, suspended among drifting islands of pale light. Figures move calmly across them, tending gardens of luminous plants, arranging floating spheres of light in intricate patterns. They do not speak, yet their awareness is gentle and welcoming. A bridge of silver light arcs toward a distant platform, crowned with a ring of pale fire. You cross slowly, subtle vibrations beneath your feet like a steady heartbeat. At the platform, a doorway forms of flowing silver strands, shifting yet solid enough to step through. You enter and emerge into a hidden corridor, lined with softly glowing sigils. The air carries a hum deeper than before, vibrating faintly against your chest. Along the corridor, doors appear at intervals, carved from crystal wood and light, each pulling softly toward spaces unknown. You peek into one door and glimpse a library suspended in air. Books float freely, pages turning without hands. A figure moves silently between them, unseen yet present. Another door shows a hall of mirrors, reflections shifting slowly, some showing worlds you have never seen, others showing shapes moving independently of their reflection. You continue along the corridor, feeling no rush, only curiosity and calm. At the far end, the hallway opens into a vast chamber, ceiling lost in soft mist, floor patterned with slowly shifting lights. In the center floats a pedestal holding a shallow basin of liquid silver. The black crystal sphere hovers above it, lights inside forming constellations unfamiliar yet strangely known. Figures emerge from the chamber edges, some tall and cloaked, others small with wings of faint light. They move without speaking, circling the basin in slow, deliberate patterns. The sphere hums gently in response, guiding you toward the pedestal. You approach and feel a soft vibration pass through your hands. As the sphere aligns with the liquid silver, soft tones fill the chamber, rising and falling like waves, echoing through the crystal wall. The lantern floats nearby, casting silver light across the figures and shimmering liquid. A narrow stair of pale light spirals upward from the pedestal, disappearing into mist above. You begin to climb slowly, feeling the energy of the chamber flow through you. Each step carries you higher into soft light. Figures below continue their silent dance. Above, a faint glow promises new chambers and hidden platforms. Yet unseen, you step forward onto the top terrace of the stair, looking across a world of floating islands, bridges of light and towers shifting with every glance. The black crystal sphere rises ahead, guiding your path with gentle pulses. You pause for a breath, calm and safety surrounding you. Beyond the terrace, new paths await, bridges, platforms, and hidden halls drifting silently in mist and soft light. You move forward without hurry. You step forward onto the terrace, feeling the soft pulse of energy beneath your feet like a slow heartbeat. The black crystal sphere hovers just ahead, its lights pulsing in gentle rhythm like a quiet guide. Motes of pale fire drift around your head, weaving soft, unpredictable patterns. Ahead, a bridge of silver light arcs toward a cluster of floating platforms, each crowned with glowing orbs, small towers, and gardens of luminous flora. Figures move on the platforms, some bending over plants glowing faintly, others arranging spheres of softly spinning light. They do not notice you, yet you feel their gentle awareness. The lantern floats beside you, casting silver light across the path. You step carefully onto the bridge, feeling subtle vibrations beneath your feet. Below stretches a sea of lavender mist. Islands drift silently, towers and spires glowing softly through haze. At the far side, a platform rises. Dozens of translucent figures move slowly across it. Some play strange instruments, strings of light vibrating without hands, bells chiming silently, drums echoing hollow tones. Others float above glowing orbs of color, drifting gently as if alive. You feel their presence like a soft wind brushing past. The black crystal sphere pulses softly in your hands, lights shifting slowly as if responding to your movement. A tall figure steps toward you, draped in flowing silver and pale blue robes, face hidden yet radiating calm presence. Another appears beside them, smaller with wings of faint golden light, stretching softly from shoulders. They gesture toward a narrow stair, spiraling upward into a tower head. You follow, each step supported by gentle currents of energy flowing around the stair. Along the walls, small alcoves appear, holding objects that seem alive. A bowl of silver sand flows upward endlessly. A lantern swings though no wind moves. A tiny bird with wings of light beats silently. You pass them quietly, feeling warmth from each without touch. The stair curves into a high hall lined with violet crystal pillars. Transparent cubes float along the walls, miniature cities, twisting ribbons of light, abstract forms moving slowly inside. The black crystal sphere pulses softly in your hand, guiding your steps to the center of the hall. At the far end, a stair of pale stone spirals upward, glowing faintly like captured moonlight. You ascend slowly, each step echoing softly against the crystal walls. Soft tones rise around you, like water moving through hollow metal. At the top, the stair opens onto a terrace, suspended among drifting islands of pale light. Figures move calmly across them, tending glowing gardens, arranging spheres of light in intricate patterns. They do not speak yet. Their presence is gentle and welcoming. A bridge of silver light arcs toward a distant platform, crowned with a ring of pale fire. You cross slowly, subtle vibrations beneath your feet, like a quiet heartbeat. At the platform, a doorway forms of flowing silver strands, shifting yet solid enough to walk through. You step inside and emerge into a hidden corridor lined with softly glowing sigils. The air carries a hum deeper than before, vibrating faintly against your chest. Along the corridor, doors appear at intervals, carved from crystal, wood, and light, each pulling softly toward unknown spaces. You peek into one door and glimpse a library suspended in air, books floating freely, pages turning without hand. A figure moves silently between them, unseen yet present. Another door shows a hall of mirrors, reflections, shifting slowly, some showing worlds you have never seen, others showing shapes moving independently of their reflection. You continue along the corridor, feeling no rush, only curiosity and calm. At the far end, the hallway opens into a vast chamber, ceiling lost in soft mist, floor patterned with shifting lights. In the center floats a pedestal holding a shallow basin of liquid silver. The black crystal sphere hovers above it, lights inside, forming constellations, unfamiliar yet strangely known. Figures emerge from the chamber edges, some tall and cloaked, others small with wings of faint light. They move without speaking, circling the basin in slow, deliberate patterns. The sphere hums gently in response, guiding you toward the pedestal. You approach and feel a soft vibration pass through your hands as the sphere aligns with the liquid silver. Soft tones fill the chamber, rising and falling like waves echoing through the crystal walls. The lantern floats nearby, casting silver light across figures and shimmering liquid. A narrow stair of pale light spirals upward from the pedestal, disappearing into mist above. You begin to climb slowly, feeling the energy of the chamber flow through your body. Each step carries you higher into soft light. Figures below continue their silent dance. Above, a faint glow promises new chambers, yet unseen. You step forward onto the top terrace of the stair, looking across a world of floating islands, merges of light and towers, shifting with every glance. The black crystal sphere rises ahead, guiding your path with gentle pulses. You pause for a breath, calm and safety surrounding you. Beyond the terrace, new paths await, bridges, platforms and hidden halls, drifting silently in mist and soft light. The stair of pale light twists gently ahead, shimmering faintly with soft golden hue. You step forward carefully, feeling the cool hum of energy beneath your feet. To the side, a small floating island drifts close enough to reach. It holds a circle of figures sitting in quiet meditation. Each figure glows softly from within, wings of faint silver light rising and falling slowly. You watch them for a moment, sensing their calm, but do not approach. The bridge continues upward, wider now, woven of silver strands that bend underfoot like gentle fabric. Above you, pale motes of fire drift lazily, casting fleeting shadows across floating pillars and arches. A figure emerges from behind a crystal spire, shorter, cloaked in violet robes. They gesture for you to follow along a narrow path. You do. The path curves sharply, opening onto a small terrace overlooking an endless misty expanse. On the terrace, small orbs float silently. Inside, miniature cities and gardens move slowly, alive yet calm. One orb drifts closer to you, glowing brighter. The black crystal sphere hums faintly in response. From the mist below, a faint shape rises. A creature tall and elegant, wings of translucent light stretching outward, eyes gentle but curious. It steps onto the terrace beside you, neither friend nor threat, simply observing your presence. You feel a soft vibration through the sphere, a subtle invitation to step toward a low archway of twisting silver vines. Beyond the arch, a chamber appears lined with floating crystals. Inside, the air hums with quiet energy. Figures move among the crystals, some arranging glowing stones into delicate patterns, others reading floating scrolls that drift mid-air. You walk slowly through the chamber, fingers brushing against the soft hum of energy from the walls. A narrow stair spirals upward from the center, each step carved from luminous stone. You climb careful light from the crystals above, casting gentle shifting patterns around you. At the top, a small platform opens. Bridges of silver arc toward distant islands, each crowned with towers of light. Figures move along the bridges, silent yet aware of each other, tending floating gardens, arranging orbs and spheres that spin in slow motion. You pause on the platform, watching the distant islands drift lazily through mist and light. A soft bell chime drifts from one of the towers, faint, gentle, carrying a subtle warmth. The black crystal sphere rises ahead, pulsing slowly, guiding the next step. You step forward onto a slender bridge toward one island, feeling the light thread supporting your weight. Halfway across, a figure emerges from the mist, cloaked wings of soft golden light, moving with calm grace alongside you. You continue together without speaking, the bridge bending gently beneath each footfall. At the far end, the island opens into a small garden of glowing flora, delicate paths, winding among pale crystalline trees. Figures tend the garden, some floating silently, others kneeling at luminous pools. You walk along the paths, noticing small details, flowers shifting color slowly, pools reflecting not just the garden, but distant islands and towers. The garden paths curve softly underfoot, glowing petals brushing your fingertips as you pass. A pale mist drifts across the ground, carrying faint scents of flowers and soft rain. Ahead, a low archway of crystal forms a doorway into a quiet chamber. Inside, figures move slowly, some arranging small floating lights into intricate shapes, others observing pools of softly glowing water. A small figure approaches you, wings folded, robes shimmering pale blue, silent but radiating a gentle warmth. You nod softly, and the figure gestures toward a narrow stair, spiraling upward. You follow cautiously, feeling the gentle pulse of energy rise with each step. The stair opens onto a platform suspended between two floating towers. Bridges of silver light connect distant spires. On the bridges, figures walk carefully, some carrying glowing objects, others tending gardens of miniature trees that shimmer faintly. A creature glides silently past, wings translucent, eyes like liquid light, hovering close enough for you to sense its calm presence. The black crystal sphere pulses softly in your hands, guiding your steps along the bridge. A low hum drifts from a tower ahead, faint and soothing, almost like a song carried through air and stone. You reach a small courtyard at the base of the tower. Delicate lights float in arches above you. Figures move among the lights, arranging and rearranging them in patterns that shift slowly but deliberately. A taller figure steps toward you, robes of soft lavender flowing around them, face hidden yet welcoming. They gesture to a narrow door embedded in the tower wall, glowing faintly at the edges. You push the door open and enter a chamber of mirrors. Reflections twist gently as you move. Some show places others show islands, towers, and gardens you have yet to explore. The black crystal sphere rises above the center of the chamber, lights forming delicate constellations. Figures move along the edges, silent guardians of the mirrors. You step closer to the sphere, feeling the energy in your hands vibrate softly. A faint stair spirals upward at the far end, carved from pale stone, glowing faintly, as if lit from within. You climb slowly, the mirrors reflecting soft fragments of light across the walls. At the top, a small terrace opens onto a platform, overlooking an endless expanse of mist and floating islands. Figures move along distant bridges, tending gardens, arranging lights and walking silently across silver paths. You pause at the edge, watching the distant towers shimmer through haze, the black crystal sphere pulsing in gentle rhythm. A soft wind stirs, carrying faint sounds of bells, whispers, and laughter that seems almost part of the air itself. Ahead, a new bridge arcs toward a tower, crowned with gentle firelight, small figures moving along its path. You step forward onto the bridge, feeling it sway gently underfoot, the sphere guiding you steadily. Halfway across, a winged figure appears beside you, silent yet present, moving with calm grace. You continue together, no words needed, the light beneath your feet supporting every step. At the far end, the tower opens onto a terrace lined with pale crystal trees, soft gardens winding between them. The sphere hums faintly, a quiet acknowledgement of the journey so far. You wander the terrace paths, noticing details of shifting lights, pools reflecting distant towers, and flowers glowing softly. A faint bell chime drifts through the air, echoing gently across the islands. You pause beside a glowing pool, the sphere hovering above, pulsing in gentle rhythm with your breath. Paths continue beyond the terrace, leading to towers, gardens, and bridges yet unseen. You step forward again, curiosity and calm moving together as you explore. You step forward along the terrace, pale crystal trees swaying faintly in a gentle wind. A bridge of silver light arcs toward a distant tower, glowing softly through the drifting mist. Figures move along the bridge, some tending gardens of luminescent plants, others carrying spheres that pulse slowly with soft light. A small figure with wings of faint gold rises from the mist beside you, silent, watching your steps. You continue together across the bridge, each footfall sending subtle ripples through the woven strands of light. The black crystal sphere hovers ahead, lights aligning and shifting like tiny stars responding to your presence. At the far end, a small platform opens into a circular garden. Pools of liquid silver ripple gently among glowing flowers. Figures kneel beside the pools, arranging small orbs and crystals with calm precision. You walk along the garden paths, feeling the gentle vibration of energy through the soles of your feet. A tall, cloaked figure appears beside a crystal archway, gestures for you to follow. Through the archway, a chamber opens, lined with floating pillars of pale violet light. Small motes of fire drift between the pillars, casting soft reflections across the walls. Figures move through the chamber, arranging lights, hovering over pools and tending gardens that glow faintly in rhythm with the sphere. You step carefully through the space, aware of each presence without intruding. A stair spirals gently upward at the center of the chamber, carved from luminous stone that seems alive under your touch. You climb slowly, the sphere pulsing softly, guiding each step. At the top, a small terrace opens. A gentle expanse of floating gardens and bridges stretches into mist. Figures move calmly across distant paths, some arranging glowing objects, others tending flowers that shift color with the wind. You pause and notice a small winged creature land on a nearby branch, its eyes soft, observing you quietly. The creature makes no sound, yet you feel a subtle connection to its calm presence. A bridge of silver light curves toward a tower crowned with gentle pale fire, figures moving along its path with steady grace. You step onto the bridge, feeling the threads of light supporting your weight effortless. Halfway across, another cloaked figure appears beside you, silent, wings folded, moving with quiet ease. You continue together, the bridge stretching onward, glowing faintly beneath your feet. At the far end, the tower opens onto a terrace lined with crystal pillars and softly glowing gardens. Figures move calmly through the space, arranging floating orbs and tending glowing flowers. You pause beside a pool of silver water, the sphere hovering above it, pulsing gently in rhythm with your breath. Soft tones drift through the air, echoing across islands and towers in gentle waves. A faint shimmer in the distance draws your gaze. Another bridge arcs toward islands beyond the mist. You step forward, curiosity leading you across the lighted path, feeling calm energy settle around you. The figures move around you without notice, gentle presences accompanying your journey. You walk slowly, noticing the subtle motion of lights, reflections, and floating flowers. The sphere hums softly, guiding your steps toward new paths and gentle mysteries. Each moment stretches without hurry. The world around you, vast, calm, and endlessly unfolding. You take a deep breath, feeling the warmth and quiet of this place surround you completely. The paths, Bridges and towers continue onward, inviting exploration, yet soft, serene, and unhurried. You step forward onto the final terrace, soft light spilling over paths of silver and pale crystal. The black crystal sphere hovers ahead, its glow steady, calm, and reassuring. Figures move slowly around you, tending luminous gardens, arranging floating orbs, and walking across bridges of light. You notice some pause and glance softly in your direction, a silent acknowledgement of your presence. A gentle wind carries faint tones, like bells ringing underwater, subtle and soothing. A narrow bridge curves forward, leading to a small platform crowned with a low arch of shifting silver strands. You step onto it, feeling the pulse of energy beneath your feet match the rhythm of your own heartbeat. Through the archway, a quiet chamber opens, walls of pale crystal reflecting soft light in endless patterns. Figures kneel beside shallow pools of silver water, floating motes of light drifting overhead. You move among them, sensing calm energy surrounding each step. A small winged figure lands beside your shoulder, warm and gentle, wings folding softly against its back. The black crystal sphere rises slowly above the central pool, pulsing faintly. A tall, cloaked figure steps forward, gestures for you to watch. As the sphere emits a soft, steady glow, you feel warmth radiate through your chest, a quiet reassurance settling in your mind. Figures around you continue their slow, deliberate motions, tending gardens, moving lights, floating across bridges. The air carries soft tones and faint scents of glowing flowers, mingling with the subtle hum of energy around you. A distant bell chime drifts from a tower beyond the mist, soft, almost like a lullaby. You step toward the edge of the terrace, gazing across floating islands, bridges and towers, bathed in gentle light. The mist rolls slowly beneath, carrying hints of unseen paths and quiet mysteries yet to explore. You take a deep breath, feeling the calm energy flow through your body. The black crystal sphere pulses once more, a slow, steady beat like the world itself exhaling. Figures move gently around you, their presence quiet, protective, and kind. The small winged figure flutters softly beside your head, eyes meeting yours for a brief, warm moment. You pause, letting the tranquility of this world settle around you completely. Bridges stretch beyond the terrace, towers rise softly through mist. Gardens glow faintly in the quiet light. You take a final step across the terrace, feeling the calm pulse of energy, the soft hum of distant bells, and the gentle presence of figures around you. The sphere hovers nearby, its light steady and comforting. A soft breeze, carrying whispers of paths and worlds still waiting to be explored. You close your eyes for a moment, feeling safe, unhurried, and entirely at peace. The garden, the towers, the bridges, and the floating lights remain steady and calm, waiting quietly, always present. You stand for a moment longer, feeling warmth, calm, and gentle wonder fill you completely, and slowly drifting beyond thought, you feel ready to rest,